Hello. Hello, everybody. Hi. It has been a minute. And it's actually going to be an additional minute as I go ahead and open the chat real quick. Hold on. Let me open that real quick. And we'll open the other one. Okay, hello everyone. Hi. Yeah, it's kind of been a minute. Been a little bit since I've had a stream. It's been like 2 weeks. And mostly that's because, well, you know how EU5 has like another update every like 3 days? Kinda. Well, it kind of started off that way. Now they're doing like the public betas and those last like a week and then they release them anyway. Yeah, so I kind of lost a little bit of motivation to stream EU5 for a bit after, let's call it the Norway/Japan incident, where I wanted to play in Norway, you know, have like a full campaign, and then actually they updated the game so much that I lost interest in continuing the Norway campaign, because now I could just start a new game and it would be a much better experience. And then I played Japan and it was a worse experience. So after that I was like, man, this game is, it's really something. And then on the side, I was thinking, you know what? It's so much easier to, one, record videos. It always is. It's also like worth it more for me. So I'm thinking, yeah, I'll record videos in the meantime, and then they'll like sort the game out and it'll be fine, right? I wouldn't consider the game to be sorted out yet, but we're playing it anyway because it's been a while since I streamed and I kind of feel bad. The last stream was Hoi 4 Japan, and then after playing that stream, I realized actually I just don't really care that much about Hoi 4 anymore. There was a time when I was like really into Hoi 4. I think it was like a good couple of years where it was like not my main game. EU4 has always been my main game, but for a solid few months, I'd say Hoi 4 was like my secondary game for Paradox games. But that was like 3 years ago. So now when I'm playing Hoi 4, I'm like, yeah, I'm just not really that interested anymore. Just not really that interested. I mean, I've got more hours in Victoria 3 actually than I have in Hoi 4. I have 1,600 hours in Vic 3 and only 1,000 in Hoi 4. So yeah. Never knew, found you in EU4? Well, okay, that's the thing. Like, I never made videos for Hoi 4. Like, it was just the game that I played on my own time, because I didn't really know how to make a Hoi 4 video. To be fair, I barely knew how to make an EU4 video, but like, I think I made a total of maybe 5 Hoi 4 videos. Excluding Let's Plays, but we don't talk about that. That's like an ancient... That's like a pre-apocalyptic... No, that is the apocalypse, actually. the transition era from like high school to university when I was still making Let's Plays, and then I decided to stop doing that. The Dark Ages. That's how I would usually be with CK2/CK3. I think even CK3 I enjoy more than Hoi 4 at this point, although I only have like 600 hours in CK3. Which, you know, every time you talk about a Paradox game and you mention having like, oh, I only have 600 hours, it still sounds insane, right? But comparatively speaking, when we're talking about the main games that I play, I mean, hell, how many hours do I have on Stellaris? I only have 300 hours on Stellaris, and I consider myself a complete noob at that game. I have no idea what's going on at any time. Ever since the Ethiopia game, it all went downhill. That might have done it for me, actually. That's kind of true. Something about that Ethiopia game during last year's subathon maybe broke a part of me. That could be. The real bit days. The forbidden era. 600 is still more than I have in any Paradox game except EU4. Vic 2 is my second most played, and I only have like 450. I think it's like it probably has to do with me kind of just spending all my time playing these games. I think that could be it. Also, did I change my my voice functions on my thing? I might have. When I speak, is it maybe it's a little too loud? Hold on. Not loud as in like the volume, but I mean the way that it's picking this up. Is that better? Sorry, don't worry, just like model things. Anyway, I always miss the Let's Play format. I actually don't miss the Let's Play format. The thing about the Let's Play format for me is that while it was easier content to make, it wasn't nearly as popular, and also it gave me a lot of stress back when I used to make those videos. Actually, oh, right, let's actually swap to the game real quick. Boom. Oh, right. Okay, well, we'll talk about that in a second. So I'm wearing the hat today because we're playing Florence. Yeah, so I just looked up, like, Italian Renaissance hat, and this is what I found, so this is what we're wearing today. We're playing Florence. We're playing on the beta update as well. 1.0.10, hence the title of the stream. And the thing about this patch is, although I have not played very much of it, it's pretty evident that the AI is, like, significantly more aggressive. Like, noticeably. Let me just turn that up a little. There we go. AI super aggressive, that's why, you know, title is, how am I going to survive this? Who knows? I did very briefly attempt to play the IU bids, actually. That's a terrible idea, don't try that. I would not recommend. Anyway, yeah, so, like, Let's Plays gave me a lot of stress back when I used to make them, because it was sort of like a daily thing that I had to force myself to do, like, every single day. Even when I didn't really want to. Like, I would get home after a class that runs until like 9:30. I would take the bus back home. It would be like 2 hours. I'd get home at like 11:30 and I'm like, I don't want to record a Let's Play video today, it's so late. But I would do it anyway because I was dedicated to the grind like that.
Nice hat, but where's the Italian moustache? Unrelated, I might die in a rice cooker explosion.
There's a lot to unpack in there. Okay, we don't really have a mustache. Wait, maybe I do have a mustache. What does an Italian mustache look like? What does that mean exactly? Is it the one that, like, curls up? Maybe I do have one of those. Anyway, please don't die in a rice cooker explosion. That sounds like a really horrible way to go. But thank you very much for the 19 months. I think I need you to stop subbing. I'm starting to feel old, thank you. So, yeah, you can just keep your money from now on. I appreciate it. Alright, maybe I do have it. Boom. I think we're pretty ready at this point.
_heart.
21 months! Okay, same thing, Mr. Overheat. I think I'm gonna need you to stop subbing. Thank you very much. I don't really have anything curlier than this. I think this is the best we've got. But yeah, doing Let's Plays was certainly a time in my life that I would not like to come back to. It was, yeah. It really was just getting home and being like, I just gotta play for 30 minutes. I just gotta play for 30 minutes. Record for 30 minutes. Actually, it was worse than that. Oh, thinking back on this, it's almost embarrassing thinking back on this, actually. Because I would also have to export it. Like, I would make sure that I have a little intro in each Let's Play, which means that I would have to put it into Premiere Pro add the intro and export the entire thing, and my PC back then wasn't very good. So I would record for half an hour, then I would put it in Premiere Pro, add the intro and like the Patreon screen to the Let's Play, and then I would have to sit there for like another half hour waiting for it to export. And because my PC was bad, I couldn't really use it for anything else. I would just have to like let it use its full capacity to export that video. And then I would have to upload it, which would also take a while because my internet was bad back then. So yeah, that was that was not a great time. Daily recording and exporting was like, it took way too much time for what you get out of it. Anyway, good old Canadian Wi-Fi in the 2010s. Well, it was like 2019 too. I think it was actually just the kind of package, like the Wi-Fi package that my family had at that point. Anyway, playing as Florence. Ideally, we get to form Tuskany. Someone asked if we have like a small formable here, and we do. We do get the Tuskany formable that we're going to go with. Now, I don't know if this forces us into a monarchy. I don't think so. Tuskany is an interesting one. You get a little blurb about the March of Tuskany, so this is like before kind of dissolved. But then Tuskany kind of came back with a vengeance. It was actually, I don't remember who it was. Pope, whoever, someone did it, elevated the... Well, first they made the Medicis like the permanent ruling family of the Republic of Florence, or something like that. It was still technically a republic, but they were like the Dukes of the Republic. Which sounds funny, and that's because it is. But then eventually they just kinda gave up with that. Like, yeah, it's not really a republic anymore. We're just gonna elevate it to the Duchy of Tuscany. That's sort of where it went. So I don't know what we're going to do in terms of like, hey, we start as a republic, how are we going to become a monarchy? Is there something new? Is there something free for doing that? I don't know. But ideally we make that happen, I think. I think it would be funny. Well, first of all, actually, we need to make sure the Medicis win. That shouldn't be too hard. I'm pretty sure they owned like everything in Florence. Maybe not at this point yet. That was more like a Renaissance thing, I think. Anyway, so what do we want to start with first? Well, first, actually, I believe we're in the HRE, aren't we? Yes, we are. I don't know how this works at all, if I'm being real. I have never once played in the HRE. I don't know how any of the mechanics work. All I hear is that it kinda sucks a little bit. And that's the most I've heard. So presumably, none of this is any of my concern for the time being, I think.
I'm really enjoying the Monster Energy Advent Calendar. Exclusive to membership card holders.
Oh god. Hold on. I have a feeling I know who this is because it's the only person who like sends tips through Dodo, but I need to open it anyway. Because I can't read it on my thing. Hold on. Is it Streamlabs? I think it is. It's kind of weird that my Streamlabs, every time I open it, it is in German, and I don't really know why.
Actually,
Conquer and core all of Egypt.
Thank you, I sell salt for the check. I actually don't know what those are called. Like, I know like K is usually kronar, but that's not. That's like a completely different part of Europe. What are they called in Czechia? Krona? Crowns? I figured it would be something kind of like that, yeah. So thank you very much for the super chat. We might, I don't know about coring Egypt. Coring is got a lot of things you have to do for that. Also, thank you Surlim HNV for the $1 tip. Yeah, exclusive to membership card holders. Yeah. For people who don't know, there was like someone on Discord who was going around impersonating me, trying to get people to subscribe to like a membership card or whatever. I don't have a membership card. I don't really know what that is. So if you find somebody, if someone approaches you who says they're me, asking you to like subscribe to their membership card or whatever, don't do it. I will never ask you guys for money directly.
World Conquest today?
World Conquest today. I don't even know if we're gonna get a Conquest of Tuskany today. We'll see about that. Got a meeting I can't watch? Unfortunately, gonna have to unmod you, I think. No, I'm joking. Alright, I think we're gonna go with sortition, probably. The burger power doesn't really matter too much. Tax efficiency. I love taxes. Although, is there anything I would prefer here? We're not really a merchant republic. We're just kind of Florence. We're not really doing the merchant republic thing. Well, we kind of are. Wait, are we more of a merchant or like an aristocratic republic? Specific Italian form of city republican government. Members are elected for a specific period of time, usually from among the most influential citizens of that city. Hold on, what is this? Allowed estates, nobility, burghers, and crown. Okay, so it's not really a specific kind of republic. Not really a merchant republic or a noble republic. It's kind of both-ish, sort of.
Money's not even real, actually.
You did ask indirectly, Toe. Core or ill curse you with forever Emperor Bohemia, D.
Did ask indirectly, did I? Core I'll curse you with forever Emperor Bohemia? Core Egypt, the forever Emperor Bohemia? I'm gonna be honest, I think we're gonna have forever Emperor Bohemia to begin with. I think that's going to be permanent. Have you seen Bohemia in this update? I don't think we really have a choice in that matter. Let's go with, we'll grab that and that. Actually, nope, I lied. We're going to grab this first. That's cool. Ooh, fine cloth output. We'll do this. Stability investment. Institutions will spawn by around then. Maybe a little later. We'll see. We'll just start with that. In terms of our next thing, I think we'll pick up sortition. Also, I want to say, I completely forgot to. Thank you for the 50 check. Krona? Koruna. It's my best shot at it. Also, thank you for the 20 Danish. I think that's Danish, Krodar. I want to say your name to like appreciate the donation, but it sounds like I'm insulting you by calling you dumbass 9017. Anyway, right, so we're trying to invade anybody who isn't in the HRE, I think. So we're gonna go probably with you. Perugia. How much do you own actually? Oh, you're disconnected, because of course you are. Alright, we're actually going to fight this one city. Which isn't even actually a city. But I assume this translates to city, right? Città di Castello? Castello? In Italian, those L's aren't silent, I think. Or they don't make the other sound. We will take that. So we're going to rival you. And then I think we're looking to probably increase stability, increase Republican tradition. I guess we're going to find out how... Wait, no. I was going to say, we'll find out how republics work. No, we won't. I played Vinland as the republic, and, like, there's nothing special about it. They just rule, and then they die. Alright, we're going to get somebody who's decent at, like, 2 jobs. You're decent at 2 jobs, or 3. And then, yeah, you're fine. Actually, this, I think, sort of brings up a good question. What counts as the crown? What counts as the republic itself? Because when I think of the crown, in terms of most countries. I think of like the personal estate of the monarchs. I guess it's just like the general government apparatus in Florence, as much as that existed. If you staff only dynasty members, you get crown power, so basically quasi-monarchy. Oh, it's ruling family. That makes sense. Okay. What else do we have here? The Signoria Council. Okay. Stability decay reduction. Hefty tax penalty for us, though, on the nobility. Ooh, okay, we have to give some stuff to the commoners for sure. What do you have? Free mobility, common militias, partial yield? I don't like that very much. I don't know, we'll see about that. I might give you access to ecclesiastical courts. Yeah, that works probably. No one's really too upset? Good. Next, I will give you... Honestly, because of the new balance for decentralized versus centralized, we might just decentralize max. Like, does it really even matter anymore? I used to be like, oh, we can't take anything that's decentralized. It's horrible. It's gonna ruin the entire game. And now it's like, well, actually, nowadays, decentralized is kind of popping. Yeah, I'm pretty sure decentralized is just the stronger one at this point because of the number of subjects you can create. Yeah, we'll just like basically full decentralized. That's fine. You can't form a monarchy if you have decentralized? Brother. Chat, is this real?
Money's not even real, actually.
Thanks for many hours of entertainment. This game needs so much oven time, /.
Thank you very much, Liam Dodds, for the 35. I genuinely do not know what that currency is, but thank you very much. This game needs so much oven time. Yeah. Maybe a few more months in the oven. Needs to cook a little bit longer. I think we can become a monarchy just by having enough Republican tradition and enough aristocracy. This is a really high aristocracy value. Am I crazy? Like, this seems a little... I don't know. That's pretty high. Centralization is still better to try to have one or two big subjects and annex them before absolutism. But the thing is, I like to use a bunch of smaller subjects because it's more efficient in terms of tax collection and proximity. And it also allows me to expand piecemeal. I can take like a little bit here, make a new subject, integrate it later, expand like a little bit at a time. It gives me a lot more granular control over which areas I'm taking, so that I'm trying to like min-max my proximity. I think we're just gonna go decentralized. Like, we're definitely doing that. That's what I've been running for the past little bit. I don't know if it's good or not, but anyway. So I'm kind of yapping too much. It's been like 20 minutes and we haven't actually played the game. So Florence guilds. Ooh, minus 1% interest. That's kind of fire. A little bit of inflation reduction. We like to see that. We love printing money. We do need to tax the commoners more, like a lot more. And we also need to make them happier. So again, I think we're going to go with communal lands because we are decentralized maxing. It'll reduce the power of the nobility as well. That's quite nice. People are a little upset. Kind of, sort of. The patricians are upset, but that's because they're the nobility and they're never satisfied. Commoners, we can give you... I don't really want to give them anything. Commoners in the administration sounds kind of alright. That's probably not a big deal. Probably. That's really gonna piss off the patricians. Honestly, skill issue. Okay, now let's not make them too upset. We'll do this. So the commoners, maybe we'll tax you a little bit less. That's fine. We'll crank that up. Stability's fine. Crank that down. Diplomatic spending. I guess it kind of depends. Can I create a CB? Force into our faction. Huh? Oh, right, we have the Guelphs and Ghibellines. Well, no Ghibellines, it seems, but the Guelphs. Alright, we'll get that in a second, I think. Best I'm gonna do is just create a spy network over here. Probably improve relations with anybody who could kill me in an instant. So, Bohemia. Probably the Pope, once we actually have the diplomat. Also, markets. How are we doing with that? We're in the Venetian market. That makes sense. Actually, we have Naples, Genova, Venezia. Do I want to make my own market? Probably not. I mean, I do. I want to have my own market, but I don't want to make one. I'll probably steal one, though. What else? I probably need to automate trade because I cannot be bothered to do it manually. Manual trade is still an absolute pain, and I don't want to interact with it that way. Yeah, we're just going to import silver anyway. It's fine. Wait, hold on. The Animal, did you just redeem Get Mod on Twitch? How do you even have that many points? I didn't even know it was possible to reach that number of points. That's kind of why I added it, because I didn't think anyone would get it. Republic of Volterra. I wonder what his opinions on the HRE are.
Balkanize Italy PLS, also, yeah, so long I got to clean out the disaster ice didn't let me send this in time frown.
I think we're gonna do like the opposite of balkanizing Italy, I think. We may even unify Italy. Perhaps so long I got to clean out the disaster rice, let's go. Glad you didn't die to the rice cooker. Political landscape of Italy, there we go. The Guelphs and Ghibellines. I actually don't know what these guys are fighting over. The investiture controversy pitted the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor against each other. Guelphs support the papal authority, Ghibellines consider imperial loyalists. Okay. I think that we should side with the Pope and then convince everyone in Italy to leave the HRE so that I can invade them. I think that's a good idea. But who gets to select cardinals? Ooh, we are not a very big faction. What happens if I attack someone in the other faction? No big thing. Oh, we have this. Show me another one. Make co-belligerent. Ooh, that's a new button. Cool. I like that. You can request aid from who? I don't really... You know what? There's still something about the EU5 tooltips that I just don't really like very much. When I hover over this and it says requirements not met, no available targets, I wish it would just sort of like get to the point. Instead of being like, oh, you have to be at war and you have to be the leader. I feel like you should just tell me right off the bat. You can conquer countries in the HRE. Yeah, but I figure it gives you like infinite aggressive expansion, right? Infinity antagonism. Anyway, we're just gonna start building up some stuff in the capital. Sicily joins the Guelphs, based. Okay, let's go with a Tailor's Guild. We get to side with somebody. We will go with the Pope, I think. You can't become a kingdom rank within the HRE, so go Guelph. What if actually I become a really big country in the HRE and then I become the emperor? I think that would be cool. But not that cool because I'm playing in Italy. If I were playing in, like, I don't know, Austria, I think that would be cooler. But no, we're not going to do that, actually. We're siding with the Pope. 100 Years of War, of course. I think the Pope should actually give me money for support. I know you have money. The papacy is made of money. Rather do a Florence game, found out Renaissance couldn't spawn there, and then added a single line to fix it and rage quit anyway. Wait, you're telling me the Renaissance can't spawn in Florence? How is this even possible? Also, what is this? Della Scala Dynasty? You, the Verona Republic. Cut down in size, CB on Verona. Anti-Scaligeri... Scaligeri? Scaligeri League, maybe? Lose 100 opinion, 10 army tradition. Should we accept we join the war against them next year? Ooh. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. I'm not gonna start the war though, but that's cool. Yeah, maybe we should kill that guy. I don't know. Oh, that was fast. We're gonna win, right? Probably. Maybe we should help a little bit. We'll help just a little. Right, the way units move in this game kind of irks me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we'll help. I think the main problem is that they'll sort of like be at a location, but they won't physically look like they're at that location until a few days later, where it just sort of like rubber bands them over there. I kind of don't like that. I do like these changes though. It's a much better result screen. Okay, I guess we should probably siege the city of Verona. Or we should fight you, actually. This is your chance to conquer some territory of Tuscany. Is it my chance to do that? Oh, I guess so, for Luca. Yeah, you know what? I guess I can. I guess I can. Didn't even realize that I bordered them. Okay, we'll go after the capital. I think actually what we'll do first is siege this. Just that nobody comes in and decides, hey, we're gonna siege this and make sure that you don't have land access to the stuff you want to take. Also, good luck with that. Oh, also for food access. Yeah, it's a pretty big thing. Okay, we're probably fine sitting there. We're just gonna focus on the city a little bit. More tailors' guilds. More. Don't forget you can dismantle forts. Oh yeah. We'll see actually what we can get out of this. But you would accept if I had enough war score? That's crazy. Okay. I've been typing in here because it's where you seems to be where you are mostly. Well, it's kind of both. I'm like, sometimes I'm just not really looking at like either chat. Sometimes I'm kind of locked in, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see what you were asking. Try to do a force game. You actually get promoted to kingdom rank by the emperor. Right, you can get elevated, that's true. Dynamic institutions Renaissance can only spawn in Emilia and Lombardy. That's kind of weird. It's also kind of weird because at the same time, if I'm remembering correctly, I think there was a small renaissance happening up in the lowlands as well. Kinda separate, but a little bit related, I think. Also, England has already taken Flanders. Classic England move, to be honest. They changed the 100 Years' War, right? So now if you're playing England, you can just steal vassals from France. I haven't played France or England, so I don't actually know how the 100 Years' War concludes or what it's like supposed to do. What you're supposed to do to end it, or like what it actually means. I know if you win as France, basically you just like, you own all of France. You've won as France. Congrats, that's cool. When you win as England, though, that's when it gets complicated. Because the 100 Years' War, fundamentally, I think, was sort of a fight over who gets to be the King of France. So, like, when you win as England, I guess my question is, how do you win as England? Do you have to take Paris or something? You get a PU with them if you're England? Oh, that might be it. I feel like if you win the 100 Years' War, you should get the chance. You could get like an event that's like, congrats, you're now the King of France. Do you want to play as France? I think it would be funny. Also, I do want Luca. I want Luca really badly, actually. Please, may I have some Lucan territory? Hell yeah. It's getting a little dicey, though, because, you know, we're at 84%. I'm going to do a save because I don't want the AI piecing out before me, and I don't know what the threshold is. Also, my mouse is acting weird. But that's nothing new. That's been happening for months at this point. I'm just too lazy to get another mouse. I've gone through like 17 computer mice. Not really. I've gone through like 3 over the past few years. And every time there's just like some part of the mouse stops working. For one, I had the middle click stop working, which is devastating because I use that to like move around the map. Literally unplayable. Should peace out right away. Probably, but I'm greedy and I want more money. I think you're underestimating the greed in my soul. Okay, now we'll peace out. Ooh, that's probably fine. So Luca, we're going to full annex. Yoink. Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and start integrating that. Well, progress towards naval? Probably. Really good to get one state and maritime presence. True. I do like having a coast. I don't know if I've mentioned how much I've been enjoying like naval gameplay in EU5. I like it so much more than naval gameplay in EU4. It's like a night and day. Oh, this guy's also getting invaded. That's cool. Who are you being invaded by? What was that? Republic of Bologna. What are you gonna do? Annex them? Nah, they wouldn't do that. Not my Bologna. Alright, Florence. More. More fine cloth. Also, the patricians are looking a little upset. I can't imagine why. I'll just tax them a little more. Okay, maybe not. I'll tax them a little less. The commoners are fine, though. I'm going to tax them more. If the peasants didn't want to be taxed so much, then why do I make so much money from taxing the peasants? Checkmate. Antagonism's actually fake in this game anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Playmaker hates forts because of revolts. He hates them because of revolts, or does he hate revolts because they take advantage of forts? Like, which one really does he hate more? Does he hate the fact that forts exist, or does he hate that revolts instantly take forts? Because I think I would personally hate the fact that revolts get to instantly flip forts. This is the real enemy. He instant deletes forts? Pretty sure he hates the existence of them. I can understand hating them for the cost that they incur. But also... yeah, no, that's pretty valid. I don't hate them that much, though. They can be a little bit expensive sometimes, but... I think generally, it's worth having them over not having them. Well, in some key areas... because we're small like this, yeah, I'm gonna keep a fort on my capital, because what if I have to siege someone else's fort? And then they just get my capital for free. Like, no thank you, I'm gonna have to keep that there. But if I become large enough, and my core, like the imperial core of the country, not to like get historical or whatever you want to call that dynamic, you know, like if the imperial core of the country, the safest, furthest away from the violence part of the country, just like never sees an army ever, I probably don't need forts there. I guess I could use this for another CB. Yeah, we'll go with this. Well, no, actually. Never mind, I will go with this. Yeah. And then hopefully we have something for this. Lessen levy obligations. Am I getting anything from the burgers? I don't think I'm getting anything from the burgers. In terms of estate levies. Laborers, peasants. I do like that laborers can be raised as levies. I'm pretty sure that was a change. I think at one point laborers could not. And that was kind of weird. Anyway, so it seems like we don't get any levies from the burgers anyway. But that would also only bring us up to 47%. How about we actually wait a little bit longer? Also, yeah, they did just annex this guy. That's cool. Thank you. Also, Perugia has become larger. Who should we invade next? Love how clear this makes the borders. Thank you very much. Okay, this stuff over here. So basically we're going to invade Siena. So basically we're not invading Siena. Volterra? We're not invading Volterra. Pisa? Probably not. Well, that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? Okay. Perugia? No. Are you guys in a hug box? All four of you? Kind of. Wait, am I crazy? Why are you joining again? Alliance. Alliance. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Need allies. Allies. Schmallies. Okay, we'll go with the Pope. They seem pretty chill. The Pope and... Nah, just the Pope for now. Actually, are you even going to help me with these wars? Levy availability, target opinion. That target opinion might be a small problem. Does the Pope hate anybody, actually? That's a question. Enemies. France. I don't think we're off to a good start here. Pope is free money. That is true. That is kind of true. Request a divorce? Okay. How much money can we get? Oh. It's not that much money. Are you Reforming Protestant or staying Catholic? Definitely staying Catholic. I don't think the Pope is exactly as free as I thought it was. I think if we go to war with the Pope and demand war reparations, then it's free money. I think. Okay. So, the Pope is probably not going to help me with very much. Perhaps I should not have allied the Pope. Okay, consider the following. What if I'm just built different? And what if I win? I'm finding it very difficult to simply win. Okay, we're gonna go after these guys. Because we can force them into the faction, but actually that's just a secret code, which means we're going to annex their territory. Papal colonial game when? That's every game when you play EU5. Every game is actually a papal colonial game. That's not part of Tuskany. You're right, it isn't, but it will become part of my power base, which I will then use to take stuff in Tuskany. Yeah, you can have that, that's cool. Oh, actually, are there any laws I want changed? Central Council. I don't know. I don't know about that. It's not bad though. What's the difference between these two? How quickly you implement... Oh yeah, never mind. I don't care about that at all. Efficiency of the cabinet. That's cool. Legal code. What is this? Consiglio Maggiore. Oh, the peasants hate this. The peasants hate this one weird trick. Okay, we're gonna need that for the cabinet seat though, so that's kind of too bad. What is this? Open borders, civil society. Okay. Republicanism is the foundation of the republic? Ooh, okay, I might change that. I might even go virtues of Politeia. I do kind of like this. Political dynasties is also nice though. We might change that. What is this? Arti Maggiori. Okay, this isn't bad. I actually kind of like these two more than I like this one, I think. Building cost reduction, I like that. But also maximum RGOs in towns and cities is useful because of how many towns and cities we have. Wait. Hold on. What was that? Legislative efficiency affects your antagonism? How? That can't be right. It does decrease antagonism, the game just doesn't tell you. Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Because why would it do that? This can't be real. I guess when you're about to take stuff, I guess it'll tell you. That's so weird. Okay, you know what? We're gonna get a CB on this guy anyway. We don't need to waste a parliament on a CB. We're gonna ask for a law change. And I'm kind of thinking, well, there are two things I'm thinking right now. One, I want the one that, that gives me more crown power, because my crown power kind of sucks. And also, the more crown power I have as like a percentage up here, the more estate privileges I can also hand out, which will allow me to recoup some of the reduced estate satisfaction, I think. So you know what? Law change, distribution of power away from traditional and towards favor the ruler. We love centralizing the state. Remove a de Medici from cabinet. We can't do that. Actually, when do I get to have an election? When does this even happen? I have no idea how republics work. We had a de Medici. That was a while ago. Oh, presumably when he dies? Is it that kind of thing? On death. 7 years? I wish it would kind of just tell me. Select the consort. Oh, yeah, sure. That works. Ooh, also, we should tolerate a culture. Should we? Yeah, we should. We're chill like that. Should be in the same place you change inheritance. So basically we can't change inheritance. Rules for life. Allow male royal marriages, okay. So basically whenever he dies. Also, you need to do something. We are actually going to have you crack down on the nobility for a little bit. While I fix some things. Yeah, we're gonna try to speed 5 this a little bit, but... Ooh. Never mind, we're not speed 5ing this. What is this? Did I build too much cloth? Less than 30 stability? Really? If we're playing Florence, and we tax the commoners... Hold on, we tax the commoners and burghers too much. Really? Why is it tied to tax and not, like, the satisfaction of the estates? God forbid a man wants to collect a little bit of tax. It's a nothing burger disaster. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna crank up stability. We're gonna reduce the burger tax. Are we good now? Wait, greater than 25% of the maximum tax rate? Never mind, you guys are getting taxed. I don't even care anymore. Honestly, skill issue. Don't care. Oh, look at me, I'm a merchant in Florence and I don't want to pay taxes. Too bad. Commoners of less than or equal to 60%. What if we simply wait like another 6 months? It does eventually let you change your republic type, I think. This disaster. Really, all I want is to have the Medicis in charge, because I think it would be funny. Yeah, you know what? That's cool. You guys can have a little bit of money. I'm gonna tax it back, though. Okay, also, can I give the commoners anything else? I might. Only because they have that massive minus 25% penalty. Oops. Yeah, sheesh. You can have really not a lot to give these guys. No labor on Sunday, maybe? I think I'd rather give them hunting permits. Yeah, you can have some of that. Give the peasants weapon, this has never gone terribly. I do, every game actually. The peasants are very nice and they never revolt. Oh, me when my thing is bugging? Am I gonna pay for this? I can give it to Rome. Hell no. No, that's mine. I'm keeping that. Rest in peace the treasury, but that's alright. They hit you with the minus 50 stab, minus 100 estate fuck you event. There seems to be a lot of those, a lot more than there were back in EU4. Well, in EU4 they would have the, oh, you want to buy some fruit down at the market? That'll be 17 years of income. They had those kinds of events. That'll be the GDP of the entire world this year, thank you very much. Then again, we kind of have those here too. Those kinds of, you have too much money, please give it away events. Alright, we can bring this down a little bit. And $1 billion plus 5 prestige events. They have a few of those. I'm finding, like, I don't actually see too many of those, to be honest. Not as many as I feel like I used to see. Anyway, we can do stuff with our diplomats. Oh, I guess actually we're just gonna wait, unless, who are you allied to? Rimini. Well, you don't really have a fort. You don't really have a fort either. Okay, who should I invade next? Probably Perugia, I think. Just because Volterra is a pretty small place. I feel like I could invade Perugia. They have stuff I actually need. Kind of. They have like 2 locations. I think that counts. Ryukyu doesn't get many events to choose from. Ryukyu DLC when? University in Arezzo. Well, it's kind of hard to get a university this early on, so like, why not? That sounds cool. Although I did find that like the universities are a little bit bugged, I think. I don't think I released... Oh, never mind. Okay, no, I didn't. Well, okay. Spoilers. I'm gonna release like a second part of that Odonoshoni video. And at the start, like every one of my tiny 3 location subjects are trying to build universities. And it's like the weirdest thing possible. Because none of them actually have the Renaissance at that point. But all of them are getting like this event to build 1 billion universities. And of course they can't afford them. The banking crisis. Where have I heard that before? Okay. Peruzzi and Bardi declare bankruptcy. We get 15 years of economic downturn. When the De Medici banks begin to exist, or when the De Medici Bank begins to exist, it will receive up to 1,000 ducats in extra funds. Every nation that borrowed from one of the collapsing banks gets lenders in crisis. We can save... I'm not saving the banks. I don't think I'm saving the banks. That's crazy. Their collapse suits our agenda. Kind of. Oh, but we get 25 years. Oh, okay, I see. This brings us towards centralization. We are decentralized maxing. So, we don't really care about this. Also, 25 years? That's kind of a long time. Honestly, skill issue. That sucks. 3 is the best option? Not for us, I don't think so. Why are you decentralized maxing? Because they changed centralized versus decentralized. So we're gonna make 1 billion little subjects and hand out all of our territories so that they can maximize the tax efficiency and develop their land the fastest. Actually, do we even need to do that? We are in Italy. It's not like I'm playing France. I'm starting to doubt my own decisions. We're gonna stick to our guns with decentralization for now. We're going to eventually annex your vassals. Well, yeah, so the idea is that we create the vassals so that I don't have to wrap up my cabinet in courting all the time. And then we integrate those vassals piecemeal. And in the meantime, they're going to collect taxes for me because they're going to be further away, so they're going to have less proximity. But now I'm thinking, wait a second, we're in Italy. We can get a lot of coastal proximity. So we don't really need to have our subjects own a bunch of stuff, because our proximity travels quite a bit further than most. It's like if you're playing in Ireland, I guess, where maybe you want like a few subjects in the center, but like you can just sort of have the proximity travel. Anyway, we can't go with centralized now, because if we pick 20 centralized, it's just going to do nothing for us, I think. Well,
not even real,
It'll make the estates more
How
upset.
hard is the eye on a scale of settlers to supreme deity?
I think the AI is just more aggressive. I don't know if it's harder necessarily. Well, no, I guess that does make it harder. I don't know, like a 5, whatever that is on the Civ scale. Can't vassalize the Pope. What if I do anyway? Okay, we could take the bottom option, and then I'll have to, like, fix some things at some point, but for now... I love 25 years of tax efficiency reduction. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we'll centralize at some point. I did kind of decentralize Max for the time being, but we can fix that. Also, thank you very much for the $5, Donza
As a pro
Perro.
EU5 gamer, what's your 3 things to focus?
Thank you very much, Isaac, for the 7 months. Oh, there are
Money's
too many
not
super
even real,
chats.
actually.
Too many things
So
happening.
like Gangs Khan or Gandhi with a nuke?
Three things to focus. Okay. Control. That is the number one, I would say. Control, because that's how you actually collect taxes. If you don't collect taxes, the money simply gets deleted. It doesn't go anywhere, it doesn't get invested in the states, it just gets deleted. So if you don't have control over areas, your regions are literally not doing anything. After control? Well, control comes from proximity, so, like, remember that. That's a big thing. Number 1 value. Number 2 value...
Money's not even real.
Crown power, I would say, is a
Not
pretty
enough
big one.
Money for the money pit.
I'll try to get to these super chats in a second. So, like, the second one, I guess, would be crown power, because the more crown power you have, the more your states are happy. And the cheaper it is to revoke privileges, and also the more trade income you get. Oh, also the parliament base support is nice, because you don't have to, like, compromise with the estates if you get this value up high enough. What else? So there's those two. Third value. That's a good question. Control, crown power, those are like the two big ones, to be honest. I guess, like, you could try to maximize for pop promotion speed as well, because of, like, how quickly you're urbanizing things, but I feel like it's not actually that important. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna stop trying to get
It's not
stunlocked for
even
too
real,
long.
actually.
Are you
We're gonna
sure
keep
you
playing while
won't
I'm
get
stunlocked.
stunlocked for 2 hours?
Okay, so basically, like, more like Genghis Khan, then Gandhi with a nuke. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the 20 Czech Koruna. And another 20 Czech Koruna. Thank you, I sell salt. I'm not paying the burgers. Skill issue. Maybe we want a library? Yeah, we'll get a library in Florence. That's fine. Build a few things. Favor the peasants always? Well, yeah, okay, so the peasants are gonna be like the main money generator unless you're doing a lot of like urban stuff.
Money's not even real, actually.
And then like you can
We're
get more
afraid to
money
have
out of the
too many
burgers.
things to focus on. Who has the best mustache in anime? And why is it Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist?
Oh, also pop growth, true. Thank you again, Isaac, for the $10. Who's the best mustache in anime? Oh, I'd have to think about that for a while, actually. Armstrong does have a good mustache, that is true. Isn't there a second character in FMA that has, like, a similar mustache? Anyway, I don't want to get too sidetracked. What age focus do we want? I'm thinking, I do like the admin one. I use that a lot, actually. The thing is, I'm trying to think, like, is there anything better than the 5% proximity? Like, it's just so good. Sorry, not 25. 5% proximity permanently is just kind of like a game changer. It's just so good. I just can't not pick it up. I'm gonna take it again. Every single time. I'm an absolute sucker for proximity.
Money's not even real, actually.
That order on ORE joke lives rent-free in my head.
Thank you for the 20 again. I'm trying to remember the joke. We'll lose the bottom one, and we need to tax you less. Oh right, the Odo one from like a while ago. That's like an old one, isn't it? Also, why are you upset? I'm barely taxing you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Honestly, I think the nobility deserve fewer rights, but there's not really too much I can do about that.
Are you trying to hurt me? I'm already begging.
Hi Rosset, I assume you've watched the Vinland video. Also, we're gonna naval max, I think. What do you mean? Like, it's exactly what you wanted. That's the Vinland video right there. Isn't that what you've been asking for this entire time? It's not old, it's brand new. Yeah, like how the DS is still a new console. Yeah, it's like, it's brand new. Can I build a hospital, actually? I might need one of those.
Money's not even real, actually.
Old is getting hate for saying Jesus correctly.
What does that mean? Ooh, hey, also, can I invade a country now? Can I invade Pisa? Perhaps. Having to siege both Pisa and Bologna? Oh, you don't have a fort. Yes, you do. Never mind, I lied. I thought they didn't. Because, like, there's an icon here, but there's no icon here. It kind of trips me up every now and then. Okay. I don't really like how you're invading Perugia. God, look at this AI. Oh, it's so cursed. The AI is so aggressive now. I just don't think I have it in me to be as aggressive as the AI is. I firmly do not have that dog in me. Okay, we're gonna be more aggressive, more spy networks. What's the plan for religion right now? We're probably gonna stay Catholic. Only because it feels thematically appropriate considering how almost all of Italy stayed Catholic during the Reformation, because, like, they're literally right next to the Pope. What's this? Invite this guy to rule. Harsh economic policies. Ooh. They don't sound harsh to me, they sound just right. So who are you? Argos. Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, I think they're probably gonna steal all this territory. Either Rus or Novgorod run. You said Jesus correctly and got called out in the comments for not saying it in the wrong way. Was that me? Surely you don't mean EU5 though. Like, I didn't play a Russia or Novgorod run in EU5. I don't even remember. Like, I'm gonna be honest, with a lot of my videos, they kind of like turn into a background blur in my mind. Oh, I actually can't make a CB against you because you're part of my faction. Right. What CB is Naples using actually? An EU4? I don't even remember that. What CB are you using? War goal to take Spoleto. Is it a claim? I assume it has to be. For that to be the war goal. Yeah, I don't like that. They're probably just going to annex all of Perugia. We might be cooked, guys. I don't know. Right, well, turns out we actually can't make a CB, so that's that. That sucks, but we can make one against Pisa. So we're good over there. And you're actually completely unrelated from Pisa, so we'll make a second spy network in here. I feel like I've noticed that the AI isn't just more aggressive, but like, they're more aggressive with their troops as well. Like, they'll just send them out there, they'll arrive with absolutely zero morale left. Also, yeah, that's a problem. Maybe I'll just tank this. It's kind of annoying. Do want that. Institution growth, we'll take that. Fine cloth output. Probably that too, actually. Because I would like to make another alliance. Not sure who that's gonna be with. Naples? You don't like me like that. But we can fix that, maybe. Nah, let's not worry. Oh, actually, yeah, we'll do that. We'll swap out Bohemia. Actually, can we be friends? No. Okay. I take that you can flip government type? If it happens, it happens. But if it doesn't, I won't be bothered either. Oh, they don't like this guy very much. okay, things are getting interesting. So, yeah, we kind of messed up with going towards decentralized so much. Like in hindsight, maybe this is a bad idea to give them communal lands and stuff like that, because this is a lot of free centralization. That's crazy. Okay, let's do something. So, burgers. You're going to get road building rights. Congrats. And something. No, let's not do that. Right, the thing is, you know what, actually, it wasn't that bad to give the commoners those things because we still need them to have satisfaction. The main problem, actually, is that the peasants don't have enough estate satisfaction. Your Republic, how is a personal union a thing here? Can I interest you in the history of Gran Colombia? But also, like, we just invite someone from a different republic to basically, like, rule the city-state. That's kind of just how it works. Don't have a diplomat. Okay. 1 month. Force into the faction, please. Once upon a time, during the old beta patches of this game, back in, like, I think September, at one point you actually had to spend a diplomat to, like, cancel a spy network. You had to spend the diplomat to stop improving relations. And then they very quickly got rid of that. Okay, we have a CB. Wartime, let's go. Don't have a diplomat, let's go. Oh, man. I think I missed my EU4 diplomat system. Ooh, institutions. Renaissance in Siena. Hold up. Pause. Wait a second. Spawning in Siena. In Tuskany, that kind of Siena? It appears the Renaissance can in fact spawn over here. Anyway. It's probably going to spread fast enough that I'm just not going to spend any money to embrace it. Well, I'm gonna let it spread. How expensive is that? Yeah, we're not gonna take that yet. Anyway, war. Everyone loves war. Do I want to co-belligerent you? Ooh. Oh? Co-belligerent makes you the war leader. Hold on. Isn't there a thing we can do? Nope. We cannot threaten war. Never mind. Alright. Well, I don't want to spend 10 stability declaring war with a co-belligerent here. I guess I could insult them first. That's too bad. Only great powers can threaten. I feel like a regional power should be very much allowed to threaten. Like, oh, you exist in Mesoamerica, and you are, you know, you're looking to try and threaten somebody. Ah, well, have you considered that in the global politics, you are not a great power, and so actually, you should not be allowed to threaten other countries? Corp, did you swap your employment priority? I have not. That's a really good reminder. If I can remember what button it is, here we go. 10 stability? I'm gonna wait actually a few months until I get around 40 stability. Threaten, have you heard of France? Proceeds to lose war? Real. Have you heard of England? Dies. How bad is this? Nobody cares. Perfect. Yoink. Oh? Has been liberated from the clutches of Cesena and restored to the Holy Roman Empire. Instantly integrated. Yeah, all according to plan, of course. That's exactly what I had in mind. The restoration of imperial power, It's actually what I declared war for. Absolutely. Okay, so what are we gonna do with this guy? Like this one weird little awkward city that we have here. This little town. We're not getting proximity through this, are we? Well, we're barely getting proximity over here, damn. Okay. I guess we can continue integrating this. I'll just release a subject. Salt it. There. Yeah, we can give that to a subject. I'm actually gonna wait a while, let the control tick down, and I'm just gonna take money out of this for free. Alright, what can we do? You know what? I think I'm just gonna bite the bullet on that one disaster. Yeah, screw it. So we're gonna go with this. And then ideally we pick one of these, get it to 50%, and then intentionally fail it so that it pushes us towards naval. Actually, let's do that right now. Yeah, we'll go capital economy. Well, we'll wait to see if we actually get anything out of this. Sometimes you get free things. Oh, never mind. Control went to actually 0. Okay, so we're gonna release a subject over there, just like a little one. Here we go. What's your name? Gubbio. Perfect. There you go, Gubbio. There's Aragon. Ah, shoot. I don't know what I'm gonna do, chat. The AI, it's just so aggressive. Novgorod and Muscovy start the game in a PU, but it's not very useful since once the leader of Novgorod dies, a new leader is elected and the PU is almost always broken. Well, yeah, that makes sense, because Novgorod was a republic, but it was like... kind of like a Prince Republic, wasn't it? It is kind of... yeah, a Lord Republic. My bad. I actually don't know what the difference is between a Lord Republic and, like, an elective monarchy. I feel like the line kind of blurs a little bit at that intersection. Partly semantics. Yeah, it's like something about, oh, you know, we're not a monarchy. We adhere to the principles of republicanism or something, and it's like, okay. You elect the guy who rules for life. Okay. Power is more divided. Oh yeah, let's not forget to do this. We'll build a few more of those. Maybe one of these. Maybe one of those. Maybe one of those. Maybe marketplaces. I kind of stopped building marketplaces in the capital because I feel like they're just kind of wasting building slots. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about a lot of buildings where when you build them in the capital, it feels like they're a little bit wasted. Not really, I don't get it. Well, you only have so many buildings you can put in the capital, right? So if you build marketplaces, marketplaces can kind of be built anywhere. Oh, marketplaces improve market access. That's kind of based. But, I mean, if you... that actually... that might even make my argument stronger. If they improve market access, I mean, typically you'd want your capital to be the market access, like, the market capital anyway, right? So, like, marketplaces are kind of useful no matter where you build them because the main thing they provide you is the trade capacity, which is flat no matter where you build it. It's not dependent on control. Whereas when you build production buildings, they are dependent on control for how much tax base they generate. So if you flood your capital with like 20 marketplaces, then that's 20 buildings that could be productive and taking advantage of the control. Anyway, see, there we go. A free 10%, we like that. So we're going to use this for another law change, actually. I think we're going to swap away from this. Nope, not that. Away from maybe one of these? Further power and estate satisfaction, production efficiency. No, what's the one I really want? Oh, here we go. Virtues of Politeia. Hasn't estate satisfaction. Like, this is massive estate stuff. This is going to help us a lot to recoup some of the estate satisfaction that we lost by favoring the ruler. And then, of course, when we fail it, we go closer towards naval. And then also, I'm going to change to infrastructure than most profitable. It's going to tank the stability, which will give us the, what's it called? The disaster. And then if this actually fires, then at least we'll be able to deal with it. Is Cav the best fighting unit? Honestly, I don't really know. I don't even have like an ideal composition for armies at this point.
Quabi wave.
Thank you very much, Stolen Recluse, for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, for armies, I kind of just make it up as I go. Anyway, yeah, looks like Aragon's gonna... Oh, wow, I need to drink some water. Oh, yeah, I don't have my my water bottle on me. We have the revolt. Sure, that's fine. Is that fine? That's probably. How do we fix this? Greater than 40 stability. Okay. Yeah, we'll just, like, keep that cranked up. Alright, that's not a big problem. And then we get an event... and maybe become a monarchy, maybe, we'll see. I'm gonna go grab my water bottle because I forgot to bring it to my desk, and then we'll be right back. Yeah, so basically when it comes to armies, I do kind of make it up, but the composition I kind of just make sort of similar to EU4, sort of. But I do tend to favor the skirmishers, actually, and maybe I shouldn't. Like, I build a few more skirmishers. The ones that have high initiative. Also, what are you doing in Italy? Wow. Just a no CB against Pisa? Dude, that is cooked. I have a bone to pick with the AI. That's crazy. Alright, well. Who else can I even fight? You? We're doing what players do? Yes. What? What? Lose 72. Florence will be owned by Florence. I mean, I sure hope it is. They're selling you Florence to steal. Hover over Prato, it'll explain. An envoy from Naples has just arrived. After a warm welcome, they have informed us an offer to purchase Prato. So do I actually get Prato? I do. Okay, that's so weird. I mean, yeah, I'll purchase some territory. That's neat. Yeah, alright. I do appreciate that Aragon, while I hate them for taking this stuff, they didn't actually take Pisa itself. I do like that. I mean, yeah, sure, we'll take that. Just Master Spy Network. That's cool. Yeah, Race by Network, Urge CB, force into faction. Oh, I can't actually make a CB against you, can I? Nope. Well, now I feel a little bit dumb. Okay, we cannot create a CB against you, I forgot. Who can I invade? Pisa, Volterra, Urbino. Yeah, we can invade Urbino, that's cool. Wait, can we? Once I get a diplomat. Run the AI and do no CBU wars. I know that you're kind of supposed to, but I hate doing them. It feels too weird. Like, it just doesn't compute in my EU4 brain. In EU4, no CB wars are reserved for like very few openers. You can switch factions? That's true, actually. I think what I'm going to do is probably just like clean up this area until I can't expand anymore, and then flip factions so that I can continue expanding. And yeah, we're in the Genoa market. We're actually kind of split between the two, but we get decent access. Also, we might as well increase our control in Lucca. Try to money max. Is prestige really that important? Well, kind of, yeah. But I don't think it is this early. I've always found it a little bit odd that prestige gives you a very, very small amount of cultural influence. Like the equivalent of one university. It's nice, but I don't think I'd rather it over spending money. I don't think I'd rather spend money just to keep it. Prestige will help with AE decay, that is true. Push more towards plutocracy. Ooh. Yeah, I think we'll go with plutocracy, that sounds good. I think that's cool with me. What actually happens when we end this? If we get stability, just kind of ends, I guess. Yeah, we're not going to become a peasant republic. I feel like the bottom option is what you do if you want to become a peasant republic. Just let the peasants rise up. And then establish the republic. We're not going to do that, though. We will reduce a few taxes. But only a few. Also, I've noticed sometimes that trade income doesn't always outstrip marketplace upkeep. Which is a little bit weird. Rival lost? Who is that? Pisa, maybe? Oh, we can rival Pisa now. Oh, Perugia is dead. Oh. Really? Just Aragon? In the middle of Italy? Really? Do we have to do that? Remember to play matchmaker with the Medici so they don't die out? Oh man. I keep forgetting about that every time. The nobility just forget to have kids. Oh, hold on. Low battery. That's kind of weird. Let me plug my phone in. Low battery? This early into a stream? Odd. How do I get them to have kids? I can't. Well, that's too bad, I guess. CB on Pisa. Nice. Me when no diplomats. Actually, we can fix this. Oh yeah, the Black Death. I don't have enough money to build a hospital, and I completely forgot to do that. Okay, let's try to finish this war with Pisa quickly. Actually, we're gonna reduce this spending We're gonna increase taxes just a little bit. Kind of forgot about the Black Death. Alright, declare war. Force into the faction. Do that first, just in case. I'm pretty sure it takes a while to build a hospital. How quickly is this gonna spread? Probably pretty quickly. You know what, actually? I might even take out some loans and then just start building the hospital. At least one in the capital. Like, it's so bad if I don't build one.
Maymede's ambition in EU5 when?
In 2029, maybe even 2030, who knows? That's when. I don't like doing this, but hospital in the capital, please. Thank you. Like, early game loans aren't that bad. Well, they are like 10% interest. They're kind of bad. What's my interest? Oh, 9%. We're lucky because we're Florence. It's funny because, like, Luca might die. Like, literally from the plague. But that's a sacrifice we're just gonna have to make. That's too bad. Actually, we might pick this up. No, we're not actually, because of stability. How bad is this? That's not a good sign. Yeah, we don't have time to build a second hospital anyway. Screw it, we're gonna maximize stability. We only have time for the one hospital to begin with. Three Mountains when? We can do that, like, this week if we want to, actually. Pretty easy achievement, I'm pretty sure. Florentine Citizen Militia. Oh. Okay. Ooh, Burger Estate Satisfaction. Yup. How's this? Yeah, we definitely don't have time. Oh, we do not have time for a second one. Actually, I feel like I need to update my knowledge on the Black Death. How's the proximity here? That's pretty good, actually. Oh, are we downstream from this? Ah, I see. They changed a few things, didn't they? If you're going along a river, then it doesn't count the vegetation penalty, I think. I think? So how do they determine that something's farmland? Oh, it's just like a vegetation type, I see. So I think if you build a road, it bypasses it? Roads ignore? Okay. I feel like, honestly, rivers also should. Truth nuke, I know. But, like, in theory, if you're traveling down the river, it doesn't really matter what the vegetation is. Unless it's like a swamp, and then I could see that maybe. Anyway, wait, that's not Pisa, that's Pistoia. Can I invade you? Yes. Alright. Right, no CB against you. But that's because I thought this would be the last country that I could invade. Which actually isn't true because we have Pistoia. Do I want to embrace that? I kind of value the stability too much right now. What's up? Challenge their authority for plutocracy. Ooh, I don't want to anger the patricians that much. This is a slap on the wrist in comparison. That's fine. Okay, so as I was saying, I want to update my knowledge of the Black Death. So chat, you're going to help me. You're my hostage audience. If we isolate the country, does this actually do anything? It bans imports and exports. You know, we sort of become closed off, sure. The reason I ask this question is because when you're in the Great Pestilence, you can isolate your country, and it seems like it does a similar thing, and it helps a lot, the Great Pestilence. Like, it does wonders for the Great Pestilence. But I never tried it for the Black Death. Doesn't help much. Only thing that really helps are ones that give disease resistance. Okay. The cost of everything for the Black Death in terms of stability or ducats just does not seem worth it. I think there is one thing, well, maybe two things. I'm pretty sure if you want to segregate the infected, I think that actually does help in a pretty measurable way. The other problem, I think, is that we're such a small country that our actions don't really extend very far. Sure, we can help Florence a little bit, and then the rest of Italy, you know, the population that we're going to inherit throughout this campaign, they get devastated anyway. Segregating the population is good. It is like the cheapest option that's actually effective. Isolating the cities, I think, can help. Because it's like a minus 80% plague impact or something. I don't actually know what that even means, now that I think about it. Anyway, we're not going to isolate the country. Losing less than your neighbors means easier war. That's true. Especially with Naples breathing down my neck. Thank you, Naples. Very cool. Okay, so when this actually hits the country, then I will segregate the infected. The other one that I feel is kind of effective would be if you isolate the cities as well. Alright, we actually don't want this right now. And we can turn this down. Black Death spreads, lose 7 stability, of course. Where has it spread? Right to the capital, of course. So isolating the cities. All urban locations get minus 80% bubonic plague impact. How much it affects the locations. What does that actually mean? Like, minus 80% deaths in urban locations? Is that what it means? All we have to do is make the burgers a little bit happier. That doesn't seem too difficult. Yeah, what if I just, like, tax them less? That's pretty easy, I think. But then again, that's still gonna take us, what, like 8 months? Well, more like 4 months. 5, maybe. The multiplier onto how much the Black Death can spread in a city. Okay. So the earlier you do this, the better. That's kind of weird then, because it requires 20% in an urban location. Anyway, we are going to isolate the country. No, we're not. Sorry, we're going to segregate the infected. That's what I was thinking. You guys need to actually gain some equilibrium. The other thing is, though, like, when you do isolate the cities, it's 40 stability. Like, it's kind of insane. What is this? Gain research, lose stability, more innovative. I don't like that stability loss. Yeah, no, I don't like that stability loss. Oof. That's pretty bad. Just a few months. Just a few months. Oh no. Ooh, this is all really, really bad. Minus 20% of state satisfaction? Really, right now? When we're 3 months away from being able to fix this? Not fix it, but you know. The commoners might just have to take the biggest L of all time. Like, honestly, it's gonna suck to be a commoner, I think. Because I might just take the top option. I might be committing country suicide right now. This is probably not great. But like everything's urban. Well, a lot of things are urban. Yeah, they're gonna keep it. I'm sorry, commoners. I'm sorry, but we're also gonna isolate the cities. At the very least, we will present scapegoats. You guys love scapegoats. There you go. Oh yeah, we're not doing that. Oh, what if I just, like, pay you to not revolt? We can try that. No, we can't. I'm broke. Okay, hopefully this works out. Move court into hiding. No, I mean, if our guy dies, he dies. That's it. That's too bad. You're subject to Naples, because of course you are. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course you're subject to Naples. What is this? Less taxes for the commoners. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, okay, you know what? You know what, actually, I'm willing to hear you out. That's probably fine. I think we're doing the best we can. Alliance with Venice? I wish it would tell me how much it would cost. Are you at war? I'm suspicious. Not at war. This seems like a real alliance offer. Okay. We'll pay this off though. Actually not yet. So we don't need this. In terms of our potential expansion, I think, unless I'm trying to declare war on Aragon, which I'm kinda not. Ooh, oh right, yeah, of course. The peasants despise us. Yeah, they're not gonna contribute any levies right now. Okay, unfortunately, unfortunately we're gonna get a little bit of plague, I think. Just a little bit. Just to make the commoners happy. I like how this disaster is like handcrafted to be impossible to complete during the Black Death. Oh yeah, now that it's been like 10 years, how's the world looking? Oh my god, it's horrendous actually. England already having this much? That's so cursed. That's a lot of proximity for England. What are they cooking over there in England? That's crazy. Yeah, that was fast. Ottomans expanding? In my EU5? No way. Oh yeah, who do I have a CB against? Is it you? Right, I have no units, never mind. Black Death still going strong. We've lost 200,000 people. Lovely. Seems like Siena is already clear of the Black Death. That's crazy. Peasants must know their place. This seems like a really bad idea. This is an even worse idea. Instant peasant republic? Hell no. Are the Ottomans Orthodox yet? Oh, also I missed Salt saying he'll be off, but that was like 10 minutes ago. My bad. Doesn't appear that they're Orthodox yet. We'll get there. Ooh, 10% commoner prestige? Or estate satisfaction? Why did I say prestige? Who knows? Yeah, we're taking that. Just so I can have troops. So that I can invade. Where are my levies? Where are my levies, Paradox? There they are. That part of Pisa, it is nice. I'm scouring the game files because I got curious. They're even incredibly vague on what the plague impact modifier does. It's just how much the bubonic plague affects locations. Okay. Yes, the plague modifier. You can tell by the way that it affects the plague. You can tell by the way that it is. Oh wait, you exist still? That's crazy. Are you on my side? Unfortunately. Okay. And Urbino's being invaded by the Pope. Because of course it is. And we can't invade this, we can't invade that, which means it's time to betray the Pope. We are going to swap sides. Swap seeds, sure. Yeah, we're gonna leave the Guelphs, I think. But we're gonna do that once we have a CB. Ooh, if we leave the Guelphs, how do I join the Ghibellines? I guess we'll find out. I'm gonna save, just in case. Alright, if we leave the faction, we leave the Guelphs. Sure. How do we join a faction? We've left in the last 2 years, which means that we can't join one, of course. Silly me. So we went from having no CBs to no CBs. I am very smart. Is that actually going to cancel my CB over here? No. Not that it really matters, because of course the Pope is invading over there, so like, who cares, I guess. Right. Food is expensive, that's cool. Fort maintenance goes down. I'll repay the loans, yeah. All things considered, I feel like we made it out pretty alright. We lost, what, like a third of the country's population? A little under that. But we built loads of cloth-related guilds to stay true to the Florence RP, of course, of course. Seems like he had a very similar death toll to me with the city isolation strat. Compared to, like, did you also use the same strat? Yes? Okay. I thought you were gonna say, oh, you know, compared to me not doing anything at all, you actually have a similar number of casualties. I was gonna be pretty upset. Yeah, and it is kind of crazy just how quickly the AI consolidates. It's been only a handful of years. Oh. Anyway, been only a handful of years, we already see Milan just like giga expanding. Naples just whoop. Aragon just sticking their toes in the middle of Italy for fun. The Pope creating the worst border gore ever seen in this game. Thank you, Pope. Are they all just no CBing each other? That's the real question. Like, where are you getting these CBs from? The anti-Milan coalition. Real based. Except they're actually winning. God, that's so cursed. The anti-Austria. Okay, so everyone just has a billion coalitions against each other. That's how they're getting CBs. Everyone's so aggressive that there are just constant... Yeah, constant coalitions. That's amazing. You can join the Ghibellines through diplomacy? Oh, can I? Well, let me take an opportunity to check that out. Can I just ask Bohemia to join? Well, I think I can just do this. Join a coalition against Milan. Hell yeah. Free CB. Alright, is there anything for, like, Ghibellines? No. Action? No. I don't think I can. I cannot. Because I need to wait 2 years. Right, so in the meantime, I don't really get CBs, except I do because I can use the Parliament. I might go after Sienna. I am absolutely going after Sienna. Alright, never mind. I was gonna say, wait, can't I threaten? Not how this works. Did the Medici survive the plague? Good question. All 4 of them, yep. Not a single one died, actually. You want an urban parliament seat? It depends. Do I want any laws changed? Maybe. I think I do want one law change. Well, no. Well, maybe. The only law I would change is maybe, we have this one down here. And I could swap it away from where it is now to this one so that the peasant estates like me more. Because the burghers are already pretty happy. Yeah, you know what? You can have that. Then I'll do this and I'll get a law change. Is this guy any good? He's not really doing much right now. He's one of the better guys we have. I don't really want to kill him. Yeah, we're just not going to kill him. But he does have to do something. So you're going to, I don't even know what you're going to do. Crack down on the commoner insurgents. They just know CB. The antagonism is freaky. It kind of is a Thunderdome. Like every country being super aggressive, getting a lot of antagonism, declaring war on coalitions. Apparently that's a big thing Bohemia does. They just declare war against the coalition because they're insane like that. When a coalition forms against you, don't you get a CB to break the coalition? I'm pretty sure you get a free one. I do know that Aquileia is invading from the north. They're just like skill issue. I think it's actually Ferrara. Yeah, these guys. They have no food and they're starving, so... No CB, best CB, never justify yourself. True. Never back down, never admit defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. We do like some passive prestige. Yeah, have fun starving to death, idiot. Imagine having no food. I think it's actually funny that, like, starvation when you have no food in your army is gradual instead of instant. Like, we have no food, so 5% of us are going to have to die for the greater good. I think this actually implies... This implies that there's cannibalism in EU5. Because if some of the pops die and the rest survive, then that means that they have to be eating something. You can steal a pig from a local farmer or whatnot. Yeah, but when an army has no food... How much can I take here? Because I want this, but like... I actually kind of also want this. 103? Man, inflation is crazy. Okay, we're not going to take anything from these guys. Never mind. Never mind. We're just gonna take this. I think that's good enough. Is that you? No, I think it's bugged. Yeah, it's just bugged, okay. Oh, you're over here. Well. Should vassalize them instead, way less antagonism. Ferrara? 20 antagonism. Versus, ooh, that's a lot of antagonism. Yeah, you're right, actually, it's a lot less. Same with Siena, I presume. Siena becomes a vassal for 8 antagonism. They might as well just say, yeah, you can make a free vassal. Here you go, it's actually free, just for you. But this doesn't look like 8 to me. Why do you lie to me? A base of 8. What are the modifiers? I never actually inspect this screen. That's just Sienna being pissed. I mean, true. But why is it 12 for these guys? I guess we'll never know. Okay, so why is it a base of 8? It's a base of 8 because it's a base of 8. I think I'm starting to understand. You can tell that it is by the way that it is. Okay. Alright, I guess we'll never find out. We'll just take a look at what we can do with these guys instead. Also, you should be dead, not sieging a location. Don't need that anymore. Might as well get a spy network in here. Venice is being useless. Actually, can I even call Venice in? All with promised land. Hell no. And I can't even actually do that. Oh, you have no levies. Weak and ineffective Venice. I love tooltips like can't royal marry this character because royal marriage isn't allowed. Or ex-royal marriage is allowed, yeah. Many such cases in EU5. We're actually fighting nobody. I'm gonna sweet 5. I do like stability. We'll take that, and then eventually we'll finish this disaster off. I kind of forgot it even exists, to be honest. That's one city taken. Actually, is it worth... I don't know how bad this is going to be, and I can't even check because I have to take the capital in order to find out. Right. Also, we're hemorrhaging cash. Oh, right, of course, because I have to fix this. Also, no, it's because food's expensive. Food is our highest expense right now. Why? The food is bad because we're in Italy and we have no food. That's kind of how it works in Italy, I think. We get the Italian debuff to food. Okay, so wheat. I guess we just have to spam wheat. We have no money, though. We have no money because we have no food. And so because we have no food, we cannot invest in food. Well, I have a simple solution to this problem. There we go. Money fixed. Okay. Relax. Why are we having the massive Polish uprising? Join the HRE? That's kind of cursed, actually. There we go. Okay, so now we want to side with the Ghibellines, I think. Guelphs and Ghibellines. Ghibellines is Genoa. Guelphs is Naples. If we side with the Ghibellines, we can start to expand down here. Which is, I think, a decent idea. So yeah, we're gonna side with the Ghibellines. Should head to Milan. They have plenty of food. If they have plenty of food, then why is the market starving? Oh, also, right, this map mode is broken because I have that road for the river mod installed. The reason the real antagonism is higher than base is because of the HRE. That makes sense. If there's ever something that's wrong in your game, basically you can blame it on the HRE, I think. That's pretty reasonable. Is food still bad? Yeah, it's still pretty bad. Well, of course we have tons of cities. Okay, right. So if we want to fix this... I actually don't think we can fix this. Not in the capital. Because in this province, Florence, we only have wool as a food source. I mean, I could try to improve it a little bit. 0.66 profit. Yeah, that's not very much in comparison. Screw it. We'll employ a little bit more in the wool. It will very mildly solve some of the food. Speaking of food, we love bountiful harvests. Ooh. Yo, 5,000 peasants will migrate each month from Florence. Absolutely not. 5,000 a month for 12 months. That's like half of the... That's like half of Florence. Well, that's half the city. That's crazy. Absolutely not. I'd rather go into generational debt. Ooh, more tax efficiency. We love tax efficiency. 2 years versus 5 years. Maybe we should take the long term. I'll take long term. Please let me siege this. Please let me siege this. Also, I never actually picked up the Renaissance. My bad. We should actually pick these up. Okay, so... Scoli. I think we have taken this, so we'll take that. Forced faction change. I don't care. Humiliate. War reparations. Well, actually... That's pretty bad. I'm sure it's fine. We're gonna turn them into a subject. Don't even worry about it. Okay, I'm gonna save first. Ghibelline Florence flag is cool. I didn't even realize it changed. What do you know? Yeah, people are gonna hate me for this one. Oh yeah, we can ask you to improve cultural opinion. That's useful. We'll get around to that. How bad is this? Yeah. Don't worry about that. It's probably fine. How bad is this? It's really nothing. Okay, we'll take money, war reps, one little location. That's cool. I guess we'll also enforce a faction change. Not that it really matters. War reps, money. How bad is this? Honestly, it could be worse, I think. It could be a lot worse. But we are going to sit here for a little bit. Let's embrace institution. Maybe not that one yet. Okay, we're doing decent, I would say. We're kind of keeping up with the trend that the AI is going through, which is invade everybody, get a massive coalition, lose and spit out 3 tags. That seems to be the trend. Does your cost of court need to be so high? Well, yeah, because it's basically the cost of court. You only pay as much as you need to pay to maintain your legitimacy. So if I bring it up to max, it doesn't actually change it. I'm only going to pay more when I actually generate more Republican tradition through paying for it. What's this? 20% towards decentralization. Man, we are all over the place today. Actually, that's too bad. Guess I've just never maxed out my legitimacy. Really? You've never maxed out legitimacy? I always keep it maxed out. Just like by default. Oh right, that's supposed to be a subject. Actually, historical subject. No, actually, we don't have one there. Okay, custom subject it is. And my Diplo relations are kind of cooked. That's not good. Why is that? Mostly because I have... Oh, right. Ferrara as a vassal. That's a pretty big one, I'd say. Just, you know, the elephant in the room. Okay, we can fix that. We'll increase Diplo spending. That is not very fixed. Yeah, coalition, schmoalition, not real. Name one coalition that actually existed. That's what I thought. You can't. Corbett, my 1600 Auto Bros game crashed and then the save immediately corrupted. I'm so mad. Can you roll it back? Do you have like a previous save? Even if it's Iron Man, they usually have like the Iron Man and then the backup of the Iron Man, right? You should have something that's still functional. Maybe get rid of the alliance with Venice. What does Venice bring to the table? $2,000 troops. Somehow not what I expected Venice to be able to field. Why do you have no troops? I don't know. There's no backup of Iron Man saves in EU5? Lovely. If you couldn't tell, I never play Iron Man in EU5, mostly because I don't trust this game. I think that was illustrated pretty well by my Vinland campaign. Where I had to manually end that civil war that was going on for a super long time. Maybe they have so few levies because of the Black Death? Maybe. It makes me think that this coalition is actually nothing. That's because it is nothing. That's what I'm saying. Coalitions, they're not real. They're all in your head. Also, who is this? Well, who owns this actually? Aragon? Vassal of Gubbio? Oh. A vassal of my vassal? Oh. Also, why am I improving with Mantua? Must have clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, so who's this? Is this Aragon? Vassal of Ancona. Wait, you're independent. Wait, where are you? Is this you? Is that you? Might be insane. And... oh, nah. That is you. I didn't even realize you existed. Yeah, we can invade you, I guess. But, yeah, okay, so we're gonna go over here. We're actually going to break this alliance with Venice. Don't you need time now for the levy pool to refresh? I don't think so. Our levies are pretty stacked. Unless you mean like in general, then yeah, you do have to wait for levies to replenish. If you lose all of your troops. Probably worth picking up professional armies just for the research speed, if nothing else. Oh. On to the third war of Roman aggression. Dog. Not the third one. How's that stability looking? They're keeping it on like a razor thin margin. That's crazy. Alright, man. Also, is that your capital? They actually just moved the Pope to Avignon. I love my zero proximity Rome. That's cool. Maybe that's why Ferrara had so few when you checked. I feel like it's been a while though. Like I'm looking at these other countries. Who am I actually looking at? Maybe that could be actually. I'm looking at some of these other ones that have like 200, 300, but actually they might have just been replenishing. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna break this alliance. We simply cannot afford it. And then, I guess, we'll join the war. The Pope starts in Avignon. That makes sense. But, like, I think it's... Oh, okay, it makes sense. I was gonna say, I think it's funny that the Pope starts in Avignon, but that actually, like, makes the capital Avignon. But that does actually make sense. Anyway, I don't know, am I gonna fight this war for them? Maybe only because they're gonna siege me otherwise. I just don't know if I want to take anything. Well, you know, if I don't, the Pope will. Who's actually occupying this? Who knows? Can I take over this occupation? Nope, it's not a siege. Who gets it? I think that's me. Let's go. Classic Pope L. Can I take that? Pretty cheap. I don't know. I might do it. I might. I think the Pope should give it to me, though. Thanks, Pope. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna write a fanfic where this particular Pope, in like 200 years, we're gonna write a fanfic about hell, and we're gonna depict this Pope being in it, out of spite. Thank you. We're gonna pull a Dante's Inferno. It's too late. I've already depicted you as burning in hell. Kind of wild that he actually just did that. Which Pope was that, actually? The one where Dante was like, yeah, and this Pope, he's actually, he's down there right now. Crazy how that works. Or government policies. That's the story of my life. Yeah, we'll do that. That's cool. Like the Dante reference. There are 3 of them in the Divine Comedy. There are 3 popes in hell in the Divine Comedy. I thought it was just 1. Wait, is that a different piece of literature than Inferno? The Divine Comedy is the Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. Oh, okay. Inferno is the first part of the Divine Comedy. I see. It took him like 13 years to write it. That's funny. Not that it took 13 years, but that like he spent 13 years, like he was dedicated to this project. Gotta understand, Corbett, there have been a lot of spectacularly terrible popes. Oh yeah, for sure. Like I've read some of the accounts of like some of the most debauched things imaginable taking place at the papacy. You put Boniface the 8th in hell even though he was still alive at that time? Honestly, that is a power move. I kind of respect it. You know, I do have a lot of diplomats right now. I guess I should probably look into who I can invade next. So that would be pretty much everything here is open season. So Perugia. Yep, that works. Oh, also, if I integrate Siena, might be able to form Tuskany. I need 6 locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's cooked. Completely cooked. Okay, well, we can take, like, something over here. The Medici Pope is who I recall first as far as terrible ones. I actually don't remember the full story of that, but I do remember because, like, in high school, I took a history of early modern Europe course. And there was actually, like, I had to watch the whole documentary on the Medicis, and how the Medicis kind of set up this one guy who... Wasn't he, like, actually excommunicated or something, and then they got him set up as the Pope? Like, they heavily pulled some strings to get this one guy as the Pope. I don't remember why he was such a terrible pick for Pope. Pope Leo X, was that the guy? He produced 4 popes. Okay, well, this is more about the first one. Pope Leo X, I think that was the guy. Unpopular behavior and scandals. I love when there's an entire section about that. Yeah, I don't quite remember if I'm being honest. I don't want to try and like skim through the Wikipedia page to find what I'm looking for. Let's go ahead and... You know, we could try to improve relations with neighbors. Except we are going to invade them, so, you know. Well, Leo's the current one. Leo the 14th, yeah. I could use this for another CB, I guess. Unless there's another law to change. I do like religious teachings. We did change this. Burger-controlled mining, that's probably fine. Estate laws we fixed. I think everything here is actually kind of solved. What I would like to do now, actually, is start to claw back a little bit of power that we gave out. Well, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. I don't think the proximity being reduced is too important for us right now. So we don't have to worry about the peasant estates decentralizing us, because it's actually kind of fine. Yeah, it's kind of fine right now. Keep the estates happy so we can tax them more, and then when we grow much larger, that's when the proximity will actually start to matter. So let's not worry about that. In that case, we might just grab another CB. Just for fun. I don't know who I would grab it against, though. Let's see. Who owns this? Nobody owns this. Okay, so I have one spy network here. I should get a spy network here, probably. Probably. Unless I'm gonna try and, like, beat up Genoa. Wait, who's this? That's not Genoa. Ottawa, Verona, Mantua. That's kind of a pain. What if I just go after Mantua? Also kind of a pain. Okay, how about we try to cut off Naples from over here? Little spy network. Who is this? Just you? Thermo. Wait. Oh, you're a subject, are you? Yeah, okay. We'll get a spy network here. We'll grab whatever's popular. And hopefully we'll grab a CB on somebody else. I have a truce with Mantua. Yes, okay. We are pretty fancy today. Really glad I was able to find this hat, actually. Sometimes you can find ones that just don't have the right angle. Anyway, fabricate a CB. Boy, I would love to fight Aragon, actually. Okay, so... who do we fight? What if I fight Genoa? What if we don't fight Genoa? What if I get a CB on these guys? Get a CB on these guys, and then I keep the territory, maybe? Except I have absolutely no proximity over there, so no, we're not going to keep it, but... yeah, we'll fabricate a CB on these guys, I think. Can we be nice and peaceful? No. Unfortunately, the way that the AI is right now, it is a dog-eat-dog world. The AI is an absolute menace at the moment. We have no kindness to spare. You got 10 prestige? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could use it on accepting a culture. Oh, I've already accepted this culture. Never mind. Marry one of the Medici boys to a commoner. Oh, right. Right. Medici. I don't think I can just force them to marry. $13.54 Byzantium, barely stable. Do I get a royal marriage that gives me a PU over Austria? Go for it. They might already be married. They are not. Spouses, 0. Spouses, 0. No wife. Absolutely single. Actually, wait, what if I just vassalize you? That's cheaper. I don't really care about this other guy. Vassal, war reparations, annul treaties, I guess. You don't get any prestige from that, though. Oh well. So they become a vassal, humiliate, force faction change. It gives me some prestige, that works. Yeah, we'll take that. Actually, how bad is this? Antagonism's not real. Actually, let me look at my values. Do we want... We kinda want naval focus, I think. Ooh. Hold on, they changed this. Proximity cost with maritime presence -1. That's a change. Hmm. Well, I definitely don't want us to tick towards traditionalism. I only changed that, though. Religious literacy rights? We could change that. Also, why are you revolting? You shouldn't do that. From events? Okay, well, there's nothing I can do. I will just, crack down on them, I guess. Well, really, keeping the Medici around is important because I want them to rule the country. That's mostly it. I guess you can marry. But not really. This guy has one kid, but it doesn't really matter because he's not heir. Okay, maybe I should kind of cool it with the parliaments. Because every 5 years I lose like 6 months worth of progress towards stability. I do actually need 40 stability still. Yeah, fine, whatever. Antagonism's still fine. So, for the most part, we're just going to sit here, wait for these spy networks to build up, and then consolidate our little sliver of Italy. Flag of Tuscany looks horrible if they're not the leaders. Actually, what is the flag of Tuscany? Oh, this one? Yeah, I'm not much a fan of this flag. What do we actually get? Porto Franco. It's age 4, okay. Age 5, we get this. Literacy for burghers. Ooh. An entire government reform for free? Maximum RGO size for free? But it is age 6. Isn't that the last one? Yeah. By that point, I imagine it doesn't matter that much. Crown power, market attraction, okay. I mean, by that point, you've probably already formed Italy, too. 5% max literacy off the jump? That's crazy. Cultural tradition, eh. Road building time, ooh. 10% diplomatic capacity, and also free monthly prestige. Sailors and manpower, eh. Embrace institution cost, that's cool. War exhaustion reduction, fort defense, urban building costs, paw promotion speed. Mercenaries in age 4? In age 4? Mercenaries in age 4? You know, I don't think I've really hired mercenaries playing EU5, maybe ever. Maybe like once or twice. Oops. They're just really expensive. Income from minting. I get the ability to take over loans. Interesting. Loan capacity investment. Huh? Okay. I don't even know what I want. Well, I know what I need. Professional army. Probably the most important thing. So, yeah, let's go ahead and grab... where is it? Well, we want this. Actually, I kind of want that. Armory. Men-at-Arms. Get the special levy type. Where's that? Is that in here? No. Over here. Florentine Citizen Militia. It just seems like it takes 5% less strength damage. Okay. Levy combat efficiency default versus regulars. Oh, but the efficiencies improve. I don't know how that really changes when you compare to... Like, is that any better or worse than the Men-at-Arms? Men-at-Arms, they have improved, No, they don't have improved initiative. Never mind. Okay, so they're actually just better Men-at-Arms then, right? I guess. If not for the stats for the RP. Also love the Vinland game. Glad to hear it. Actually, how is that doing? I haven't checked in a few hours. It's doing alright. I might even finish that campaign. Maybe. That would make it the first EU5 campaign that I've actually finished. What is this? 270. I think I'm made of money. Fine. We love loans. Let's go. More loans, please. Waiter. Waiter, more loans. While the war is going on in Piedmont. Me forgetting where Piedmont is? Oh, it's literally just over here. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we saw Milan expand and then contract over here. Oh yeah, don't worry, that's just the Pope. They're just doing Pope things. Like getting invaded by Naples. I don't like how strong Naples is, if I'm being honest. Makes me a little bit nervous. Also, I'm no longer allied to the Papal States. No, I am. Wait. Oh, I can't call them in because they're already at war with each other. That makes sense. Alright, let's try to repay these. Gotta do that first. Inflation's finally going down, topped off at 79%. Average Byzantine experience. It reminds me of that one screenshot I saw of this guy that had like 400% inflation. I didn't even think it was possible to do that. I really don't want to take out more loans. You know what? The peasants can cope and seethe. Inflation's just a number, it can't hurt you. I think after a certain point, inflation really does just become a number. Like, once you're at the point where it's already 1,000% inflation, like, what really is the meaningful difference between 1,000 and like 2,000% inflation? At some point, like, it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, oh, our inflation jumped from 10,000% to 20,000%. Like, okay, and everyone's already broke. It doesn't even matter anymore. Everyone's already burning their currency for fuel for their stoves. Like, it doesn't even matter anymore. It does. I'm sure in some way it probably matters. But like, when you think about the kind of hyperinflation that hit like Weimar Germany, and you just gotta think about it, like, was there really a meaningful difference between that last 1,000,000%? Actually, what number did they even hit? Hyperinflation in Germany. God damn, it's a lot actually.
Money's not even real, actually.
I hope this covers the cost of a new hat when you place something like Grenada.
Thank you very much, Knees and Crows, for the $10 super chat. What kind of hat would I use for Granada? Oh yeah, my joke actually did make sense when I said how much did that last 1,000,000% matter? Because I'm looking at a loaf of bread and like the price between 1922 and 1923 in Berlin. It went from around 160 marks to 200 billion. Like, actually at that point it doesn't even matter. The price of bread changing so quickly that you had to make sure that you bought it in the morning, because 3 hours later the price would triple. I love inflation so much. Don't clip that. I just thought about that for a second. Also, I think someone asked if marketplaces are worth it. I have no idea. I feel like they're kind of less worth it nowadays. Just from the trade that we have so far, we're making like 0.85 in the marketplaces. Okay, we're actually losing money on the marketplaces. So, I guess that kind of answers the question, doesn't it? Trade is good, you just need something good to trade? Ah, you're right, I wasn't thinking. Oh, can I become a duchy? Of course not. Of course not, because we have to ask to become a duchy. Also, it costs some money now? Since when? It wasn't always like that. Hey, Bohemia, can I please? They would say yes. My goat, Bohemia. Let me get some money first. Oh, also, I'm probably gonna lose the necessary prestige. What if I ask right now, do I get prestige? No, but I do have the right. I do like having that right. Oh wait, did you just elevate me? Ooh, okay, never mind. We're chilling. Except I can't form Tuskany anymore, can I? No, I can. Right, no, because I'm a duchy, but I'm not a tier 2 country. I'm a rank 2. It's different. I am a rank 1 tier 2. No, sorry. Rank 2 tier 1 country. Alright, let's rival Genoa. I don't really want to rival Aragon. Seems bad. I'm going to rival Sicily? No, I am not. I'm not going to rival Sicily. Wait, do you guys like or hate Aragon? Guaranteed by Aragon. I'm going to assume that you like them. Okay, can we... You know what? We're just gonna rival Aquileia, I guess. I don't know. How Castile always gobbles on Portugal. Yeah. I think this can be solved with like the historical friend modifier. Because I don't think we have that in this game. Well, I don't even know if Portugal and Castile would count as historical friends yet. But you know what I mean. Something to prevent them from being extra aggressive. Like, I think the thing that actually irks me the most is that Castile is so laser focused on their seething hatred of Portugal for some reason. That they just don't invade Grenada. And then Morocco invades, or they remain independent. Or the worst I've seen actually is when Castile invades Portugal, and Grenada also invades Portugal, and just like takes a sliver. Oh, we have a truce. That sucks. I guess we kind of have to start moving up here, don't we? According to Reddit, they changed the AI to try uniting their culture, which results in them being more aggressive to their friends than heathens and heretics. Yeah, I could see that. Except really, unifying cultures, like that's a fine directive to give the AI. In like the last era, I think. I'm totally fine with that in the last age. But then I look at like England and like, what are they doing with that? Ladies and gentlemen, we have never been more back. Giuliano de Medici becomes our new consul. We're so back. Royal marriage? Nobody wants to marry him? No maidens? And how do we make sure that a Medici inherits every single time? Yeah, the increased desire to take same religion, same culture provinces is, well, I could kind of understand why they would want to do that, maybe. So that the AI doesn't run into like a massive antagonism wall. But at the same time, I feel like the same culture motivation might make sense from like an optimal AI gameplay standpoint. where the AI is more aggressive, so they take more stuff and it's easier for them to accept it. So there's that. But that just means that Portugal is going to die every campaign. That just means we have to get used to Portugal not existing in any game. What's going on with Austria? They flew a little too close to the sun. So they actually lost the coalition war. And they still have antagonism. We, on the other hand, we're just chilling. Antagonism is not real. Doesn't taking land from your own culture and religion create more AE? I don't actually know how it works. I just kind of assumed that it used the same function, the same underlying basic logic as it does in EU4, where taking stuff of your own culture and religion is less offensive to the countries around you. I think it's meant to represent something like when the Ottomans start invading the Balkans and they get closer, and then like all of the Christians are like, hold up, wait a second. Wait a minute. Those guys are they're taking Christian land. Or something like that. Anyway, we don't need to keep on spending on stability. We can drop that down. Oh yay, Aragon invading into Mantua. That's really cool. Yeah, they're just invading the countries that I'm trying to invade. Thank you. Thank you, Aragon. How's the Republic going? It's going all right. 40th great power status. Alliance from Naples. Let me think about this one for a second. Let me ponder on that. I do have a lot larger diplomatic capacity from being a duchy. It'd be useful against Aragon, that's what I'm thinking. Because like Aragon is kind of the one that's making me angry. Taking the stuff on the coastline, interfering over here. They're kind of pissing me off, I can't lie. Just a little bit. I think I'll accept. Yeah, seems good. Wonder if you can get a coalition against them. Aragon or Naples? Naples, no. Aragon, not yet. Actually, yes, I believe we can start a coalition. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we'll do that. Start a coalition against Aragon. And then we'll wait to see what actions they take here. Oh, coalition against me has disbanded, of course. Now Aragon's taken stuff that I wanted to take. So we're gonna have to kill that guy. That's the gist of it. So... oh yeah, we are destroying Aragon. Yeah, yep. Welcome one and all. We are going to annihilate Aragon. We need to push them out of Italy, I think. Now, how do I actually invite people? Oh, I probably need diplomats. Yeah, let's focus a little bit less on being mean to countries and invading them. Except for this guy, we are going to invade you, actually. Once I have a diplomat. We'll get rid of this. We don't need this. We don't need that. We're going to focus on inviting people to the coalition. Now, tragically, I believe Naples has a truce with Aragon. That is only for the next year, though. Half a year, actually. Which means what we should do first is get started on this war, siege them down, start inviting people to the coalition, and then we'll take this and actually launch the war. Let's not forget, we do want to keep on stacking goods. This is quite a few more countries than I expected. Ancona, Ferno, Rimini. Didn't I invade? No, never mind. No, this makes sense. Except for Rimini. Thought I already invaded those guys. And I'll probably take this. I did turn that into a subject. Oh, right, you are not a co-belligerent. Look, I'll probably just take this. Wait, do I really want to make a vassal out of that? Probably not, because I already have 5 subjects. And my capacity is not doing too hot. Paradox really has a talent of always balancing to the extreme. First the AI is too passive, now they rampage, creating huge coalitions everywhere. It definitely is like a little bit of over-tuning. I think maybe some of these problems could be solved by giving the AI some kind of like higher level directives. So like, have them focus on a specific thing that they want to do rather than being purely opportunistic. Like maybe England does want to invade the Netherlands. Sure. How about have them sort of really focus on the area until they own, I don't know, like a percentage, or it's been too long without any kind of action. I would say maybe have them focus, maybe give them like a little bit of weight towards historical regions. I wouldn't really be too upset about that either. Like, give the AI a random directive and maybe give them a weighted randomness. So maybe England decides to invade the Netherlands. Maybe if they lose the 100 Years' War, they focus more on Britain. Okay, I was gonna say maybe if they win, do something else, but like they're not gonna win. I don't think there's any timeline where AI England wins the 100 Years' War. Maybe, I haven't seen it though. Sounds like a lot of specialized flavor, to be honest, but definitely doable. I think like you could at least give a little bit of like a regional directive for countries. Or maybe some special ones for some countries. Like especially for colonizing. Because right now, any country that can afford to just decides to colonize for fun. Looking at you, Papal States, that's a big one. Anyway. Do I really need a CB right now? I don't think so. Maybe I'll hold off on that parliament until I feel like I need a CB. Kind of like provinces of interest? Sort of, yeah. Just something to make some countries focus a little more on specific regions rather than just like, oh, I can declare war on this guy, let me take that. Like, there's just something about seeing this with England that just feels a little off. Now, this might be part of the 100 Years' War, actually, because of course subjects can flip to France or England, so maybe that's just like a 100 Years' War thing, let's not worry about that too much. But ideally, you would want to prevent some of the things that I saw in people's test runs, where you would have, like, for example, the Principality of Kiev has, like, random pockets up here, random pockets over here. I saw a Georgia pocket, like, all the way up here in someone's test run. I do kind of like what I'm seeing over here right now, though. Like, the Ottomans are expanding in Anatolia. Byzantium's falling apart. Serbia looked like they were falling apart for a second, which I think would be kind of ideal. If they're not, like, super powerful forever. Because otherwise, I think Serbia just kind of outclasses the Ottomans. So they never get a chance. But yeah, just more like specific areas for them to focus on. Anyway, right, yeah, we're not going to do that yet. We do want to take that and this, once that's done. We can start inviting people to the coalition, I think. No countries fulfill the criteria. Are you sure about that? Invite to the coalition. What? Milan is the target of a coalition that Padua is a member of. Milan is a defender in a war with Padua. Oh, everyone's in their own coalition war. Oh no, I'm stupid. People have already joined the coalition, that's why. Okay. So... even the entire coalition, as it stands, put together, is nothing. And Naples is at war because the AI is always at war. Who are you fighting? Second war of Naples' aggression against Aquileia. Because of course they are. They just declared that war, actually. It's like trying to herd sheep. Alright, we're gonna take this. Well... yeah, we're gonna take that. I was thinking maybe I'll vassalize. No, it's fine. But I would like to check the proximity. 0, 0, lovely. I mean, I kind of expected it, but... yeah, that's a shame. Okay, so we are going to hand out some territory. We should start annexing you. Well, okay, I guess we'll start annexing you. It won't take very long. Okay, so Aragon. Really? Savoy has your back? I wish Savoy kind of didn't. Can we get you and Castile to fight each other, maybe? Your rivals, right? What if we declare a coalition war? Maybe Castile will declare war on Aragon, maybe? If the coalition is scary enough. Is the adjectival form of Naples really Naples and not Neapolitan? I think it is Neapolitan. Intervene against Genoa. Hmm. What is this? First war of Genoa aggression. Yippee! Another war of aggression. Meant in game. Yeah, well. How do they write these? Second war of Naples aggression. First war of Genoa aggression. Yeah, they're not really using an adjective there. Or the adjective form. Well, now that you're at war, actually. Maybe I should try to snipe some Genoese territory. I have no ships, though. It's a big problem. Oh, you know what I should do? Military, recruit regulars, armored horsemen. We should get one of those. Now, I guess because no one in the coalition is serious, and nobody actually wants to fight Aragon, I guess we are going to build the coalition ourselves by vassalizing all of Italy. Yeah, because everyone's just at war with each other. That's cool. Okay, yeah, so we're going to pick up a CB real quick. We'll get one on, I think Mantua's probably fine. Parliament seat. Well, I usually only give those out if they would matter. Honestly, I guess we could do that. I lied, never mind. The burgers deserve nothing. Why can't I move? Unhand me. We lack access. Oh, because it's Aragon. Shoot, right. We don't actually have access to our own subject because Aragon has blocked us off in both paths. That is incredible stuff. I need them dead, I think. Guys, I think we have to kill Aragon. Can you please at least siege the city? It has no fort. I'm taking psychic damage from my subjects. If I can't siege it, can you at the very least please siege that? Please siege the city. Oh, right, there's that too. And I can't get there. And I can't get access. I can't even write because they hate me. No war for me. Because we can't get military access. Okay, well, I guess we'll just cut our losses, or cut our victories, I guess. Naples wants to join. Interesting. We'll just make Mantua into a vassal. That's fine. I don't think anyone minds. Yeah, it's fine. You mean your country's only burgers? Well, I mean, we're like the cool ones. We're the good burgers. Venice declares me a rival. Cool. Classic. Okay. Naples will join. This is going to be a hell of a war. I actually don't know if we can win this. I mean, I don't want to doubt myself already, but... You know, I might as well go ahead and save, actually. We'll save and then we'll fight the war. Also, no one will marry him. Let's go. Not really much of a choice. It is what it is. Also, no food in Genoa. Lovely. Okay, so actually, hold on. Hold on. So we have a... Yeah, I don't think it's going to work out. We have a capture the capital CB. I don't think this is going to work out. Any downside to joining a foreign order of chivalry? I don't think so. Can we really push all the way to Barcelona? I feel like we can't. I feel like we could maybe get Savoy out of this war. We might be able to get Sicily out of this war. Maybe Castile will just deck on Portugal. Screw it. If you had a better navy, it would work. I have no navy. We ball. Yeah. Can I get mill access through France? Probably. The one thing we have on our side is that we can kind of deal with the local allies. And then once they're out of the war, it makes it easier to actually push towards and occupy Barcelona, but it's a long fight ahead of us. Let me just stake my claim on this stuff real quick. You know how it is. I like how a month hasn't passed and we're at minus 7% war score. That's a really good start. They actually have so much stuff in Italy, it's not even funny. Is that all you? That is Aragon, Aragon, subjects of Aragon. How are we doing? Numbers are looking a little better. Do you set I can colonize to only Western nations? First of all, let me get a drink of water. Maybe I should do that. I feel like I have that on by default. Only Western countries. Maybe I should do this. We're getting cooked. Wait, are we getting cooked? No. The numbers here are flipped. Yeah, we're taking 7 casualties. They're taking 44. Yeah, that was weird. Anyway. Actually won by a pretty wide margin. Every time I look back, Aragon has like a little bit more land in Italy. Yeah, Sicily's gonna take a while. Okay, maybe... What are the numbers looking? Not great for us. War score's positive? True. We love schisms in the church. Have I messed up? Nope, not quite. Well, not yet, at least. Oh, random army, cool. I do want to move into here, but I feel like the other army's here. Yeah, they are in here. I think this was a bad fight to take. Well, no, it's kind of fine. I just want to sit here and siege it for a second. No, I don't. I lied. I'm going to chase him down. I'm going to chase you down, actually. The plus side being the underdog makes for great content. True. That is pretty true. Feeling very underdog right now. Can't chase him down? What's the point? Alright, we'll chase you down instead. Now perish. We're not even close to a white piece yet, man. Oh, I can't separate piece out their allies? This can't be. This, I'm gonna say it. This is ridiculous. You can't piece out Portugal because we're using a coalition CB. Aragon is the one being declared on. We declared a war against Aragon. I can understand if you can't separate piece out members of the coalition. What is Portugal's excuse? Why are you forced into here? Is this just like an oversight? I hope it's not working as intended, because this doesn't make any sense. Portugal's allied to Aragon. They should act like any other ally. They're not part of a coalition. Okay, so our strategy, which was basically, okay, let's kick out the allies of Aragon. We can't even do that. Oh, the Aragon death stack is here. That's not good because we don't have a death stack and we can't even peace out the allies. We can't even peace out Savoy. There really isn't much of a point to sieging Savoy because they cannot leave the war. So now Aragon has they've kind of gotten their shit together. It is impossible for us to get our shit together. I try so hard not to just like tilt in streams, but I think I felt that first little tinge of I kind of don't want to do this anymore. Like, really, you can't peace out the allies of the guy you're declaring war against for a coalition? Like, you just can't do that. The one thing which would have made this entire thing viable, this entire strategy viable, you just can't do that. Like, they just treat it as coalition versus coalition, but like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would... I feel like it's an oversight. That might be cope. That is what I'm telling myself. Don't worry, it's just an oversight. Don't worry, they just sort of messed it up a little, you know. That has to be it, right? That can't be working as intended because they must realize that doesn't make any sense. Right? I don't really know what to say. I'm the bust out the debug menu. Please, no more debug streams. I like how he checks if he can separate piece every so often. Like, is this real? Because it doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like an intentional decision. Like, I feel like, oh, maybe it's like a time-based thing. Maybe it's a wrong tooltip. Maybe I actually have to wait 12 months and that's the real thing that's causing it to not work. But no, it's been more than 12 months, I think. Well, no, maybe it hasn't. Maybe it hasn't. But it just kind of feels like it can't be right. Oh, you have professional soldiers? I was just about to throw myself into that stack just to see what happens. Like, am I tilted that much? Am I tilted enough to just fight this battle anyway, knowing I'm probably going to lose just because I want to protest this system? Maybe. Just out of curiosity. That's like 8 war score? I could take like the entire... words. I could take ownership over like all of the Aragonese territories in Italy for less than 10 war score. Which is great, but that's never gonna happen. It was made that way so allies can't abandon each other in a coalition war since they can be life or death. I just don't understand why they would make that change between EU4 and 5. I think it's very reasonable, actually, to be able to piece out a coalition member. Sorry, not even a coalition member. That's another thing. I understand why you can't piece out coalition members. It's really just like the allies of the coalition guy that you're invading. Screw it, I will just fight this. Well, that wasn't so bad. No, you can't. It's death or death situation. I really hope it's not intended. Makes more sense why allies break alliances when you get a coalition. I don't know if they break them. I know that it's harder to form an alliance. Like Aragon and Portugal, they're chilling. I don't know if Portugal just doesn't really care. They're fine fighting this coalition. It doesn't really help that a good number of our troops are wrapped up down here. Did you get naval levies and go to Barcelona? Yeah, but then I think I'd starve to death. Or maybe just get intercepted along the way, but we could give it a shot, I guess. Don't, it will utterly fail. Okay. And what if it doesn't? Okay, it will, but like, imagine what if it didn't? Are there naval mercenaries? Yes. They are capable of hiring transports and nothing more. I really, really need Naples to finish this siege. I could try to hire some mercenaries. Yeah, never mind. Are you winning, son? No. No, I think we're losing this one. The game has been changed. Really, we just have to wait for Naples to finish sieging. That's all we can do. We don't have the manpower to fight this. It's Jover? Maybe. Could be. What's your war goal? So we have to take Barcelona. That's the war goal. Oh? Not a good start. We should be able to wipe them. No wipe? No way. Are you just gonna walk past my forts then? Yep. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That is cool. Recruitment law is really good. We're going to pick up... which one is it? I think it's expanded levies. And then I think the one that you want... Where's the usual one? There are two. There's the recruitment law, and then there's the levy law or something. Maybe you don't get that as a republic. Maybe. Sometimes I try to give an order to an army, and then it just doesn't follow it. So we're gonna do this manually. I also don't know where the enemy army is, so it's a little bit concerning to be chasing these guys around. I know who's in here, so we'll just fight you. Haven't seen the Doom stack in a while. Yeah, it's terrifying. Oh, there it is. You done yet? Yes, but you're not doing what you should be, which is helping. The fact that Naples has 53% of the participation in this war, despite making up 100% of the dead weight in this war, this is great. This is really nice. Okay, maybe I was a little mean. They make up more like 90% of the dead weight. It's like, this really isn't helping us that much. Sicily's armies aren't even in Sicily. They're doing something with that fleet? Yeah, they're trolling me. It's all transports. Alright. We can fight you. Probably. If Naples somehow loses this fort, I might have a genuinely legendary crash out. Like, it might happen. It could. I enjoy New World pop maxing as much as the next guy, but are we going to get any videos that aren't EU5 in the foreseeable future? Yeah. Yeah, there will be a non-EU5 video soon. Oh, moving back to the mainland, maybe? Maybe deciding to join the fight? Never mind. Of course. Should just grab the parts that are part of Tuskany. Boy, if I could, I absolutely would. They wouldn't even white piece right now. That's kind of where we're at. You know what? I'm going to intercept their reinforcements. No, I'm not. Never mind. Never mind, everyone. We intercept nothing. I'll grab these ones. And maybe die in the process. Maybe. Don't forget the reload trick. Don't worry, I have not forgotten the reload trick. It is fresh in my mind. We do still need 10% war score for it to work, though. I think I would like to leave, actually. How long until we get there? 6th of December. 6 o'clock, 6th of December. Yeah. Looks like we're not leaving. And if we're not leaving, we might as well sit here and regain morale. This is not a good situation to be in. Yeah, we should leave. The only way for us to get war scores is just keep on, well, basically fighting battles. And waiting for Naples to eventually fight the war. And yeah, we might hire some mercenaries. Well, we're gonna do a few things. I'm going to re-raise the levies. It's not really so much about the leader as it is... Well, it's kind of the leader, but... More about the units. I think we want mostly armored horsemen. Almost would have been better off not using the coalition CB. Yeah, genuinely. These with Aragon, they annul their treaties with Portugal and they give me a bunch of money. It's a lot better of a deal than I could have imagined. I do wonder if it's just doomed enough that we take this. And then come back with a real CB. Because let's be honest, the coalition was not that helpful. It was kind of like me and maybe one or two guys helping. If you do that, then they won't have to fight Castile? Or are they at war with Castile right now? Well, Castile's invading Portugal. Oh, I think it's because there was a Portuguese revolt, which called in Portugal. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we'll just take it and come back with an actual CB. Like, a claim would be such an easier war by comparison. We'll just take it. Control right click opens the Diplo menu. Oh, that's crazy. Well, it was a victory. It wasn't even Pyrrhic. We didn't lose very many resources. We took out no loans. We got money and war reps. So, a victory. Just not what I wanted. Well, that's disappointing. But I think that is where we're probably going to call it for today. Just because that war was so disappointing. Absolutely devastating. Not even that we lost or anything, just like I took so much psychic damage from this game. Yeah. The only thing that got a beating was your mental health. That's true. That's pretty real. Well, we'll come back and we'll continue playing this. Hopefully this week. I do want to get back into streaming more. But I mean, you know, having said that, I will also be taking kind of a break around the holiday season. So, let me see here. I should probably formalize that break. It's probably gonna be between like the 22nd and maybe around the end of the year. It's probably just gonna be like time where I just fully take that time off. But anyway, we're gonna continue playing this campaign for at least a little bit. We do have more videos. Actually, there's I have to review another draft today for another video, and then I have to edit something tomorrow. There are 2 videos in the works right now, and actually a third that's being recorded. So, plenty of stuff that's gonna happen this month. Hopefully we're gonna get like at least 3 more videos this month. I'm gonna try and gun for 4, maybe 5 if I'm really lucky. Just don't really expect anything in early January, probably. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna call it there. Now let's see if there's anybody who's actually streaming for me to go in and raid real quick. Let me close my game. Okay, is anyone streaming on YouTube that I can raid? I know I have the ability to do that if a channel will let me. You just don't see it all too often. Let's see. Wrong thing. Redirect. Anybody live right now? Absolutely nobody is live right now. Okay, never mind. So, nothing on YouTube. Anybody on Twitch to raid? Let's see. Raid channel. Is anybody streaming right now? Or EU5 that I know of? Let's see. Category. Europa Universalis 5. I don't think anybody I know is streaming right now. Okay, we'll just call it for an evening then. Yeah, so everyone have a wonderful rest of your evening. Get some sleep. I know a lot of my viewers are probably watching in bed in Europe. And some of you, I think, actually... Is there a way for me to check? I'm not going to get stunlocked by that. Have a good day, evening, morning, time zone, whenever. I'll see you guys sometime this week with at least a video or 2. And try to have fun in the new patch. Try to have fun with the new beta. Anyway, have a good day, everyone. Goodbye.